Hello everyone. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. Story 1. I stood in front of my neighbor's house, the streetlight casting long, eerie shadows across the front yard. It was New Year's Eve, a time when celebrations were supposed to be in full swing, but everything about this night felt off. My neighbor, whom I had known for several years, had invited me over to their party, promising a night full of laughter, good food, and fun. The invitation had come just days before, and I had been looking forward to spending time with friends to ring in the new year. I knocked on the door, expecting to hear voices and music from inside. Instead, there was nothing but a thick silence that seemed to press in from all sides. My knock echoed down the empty street, but no one answered. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if perhaps I had arrived too early, but something about the situation felt off, like I was walking into the unknown. I checked my phone to confirm the time, and it was exactly the hour the party was supposed to begin. I rang the doorbell once, then again, but still no response. The darkness inside the house seemed unnatural, as if the lights had been turned off long before I arrived. My heart began to race as I stood there, staring at the darkened windows, trying to make sense of the situation. After a few more moments of waiting, I decided to try the door. I turned the handle, and to my surprise, it was unlocked. The door creaked open, revealing the pitch-black interior of the house. A cold gust of air seemed to rush out, brushing against my face and sending a shiver down my spine. I hesitated for a moment, unsure whether I should enter, but my curiosity got the best of me and I stepped inside. The air inside was musty, as though the house had been abandoned for much longer than just a few hours. I fumbled for the light switch, but my hand only met cold, unyielding walls. The darkness felt alive, pressing in from all sides, and for the first time I felt truly alone. My footsteps echoed through the hallway as I ventured further into the house, calling out my neighbor's name. There was no answer. Only the oppressive silence that seemed to grow heavier with each passing second. As I moved deeper into the house, I began to notice strange things, objects out of place, small items knocked over or left carelessly on the floor. It was as though a struggle had taken place, but everything was eerily still. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end as I walked down the hallway toward the living room, where I could faintly hear the sound of something scratching against the floor. My heart skipped a beat, and I took a step back, but the sound continued, growing louder with each passing second. It was a scratching sound, like fingernails dragging across the hardwood floor. I reached for my phone, my hands trembling as I tried to call my neighbor, but the screen remained black, unresponsive. Panic surged through me as I realized the situation was growing more bizarre by the second. I turned toward the stairs, hoping to find some sign of life, but instead, I found only more darkness. The stairs seemed to stretch into oblivion, and the air grew colder the higher I climbed. I forced myself to move, each step feeling heavier than the last. The scratching sound grew louder, and I found myself trembling with fear. But I couldn't stop myself from going up. There was something compelling me to move forward, something I couldn't understand but couldn't ignore. At the top of the stairs, I found a hallway lined with doors. One of them was slightly ajar, and I couldn't resist the pull to investigate. As I pushed the door open, a gust of cold air rushed past me, and the smell of decay filled my nostrils. Inside the room there was no furniture, only a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling, swaying slightly as if disturbed by some unseen force. The walls were covered in strange symbols drawn in what looked like chalk or some other substance, and the floor was covered in a layer of dust. I stepped inside, my pulse quickening as I took in the scene. It felt wrong, like the house had been turned into something else, something dark and sinister. The scratching sound from downstairs suddenly stopped, replaced by a soft, whispering noise that seemed to come from every direction at once. It was an unintelligible murmur, and yet I could feel it vibrating through my bones. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but my feet felt frozen, as if the house was holding me captive. I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut with a force that rattled the walls. I stumbled back in shock, my breath catching in my throat. The air around me grew even colder, and the whispering grew louder, almost as if it were speaking directly to me. In the flickering light, I caught a glimpse of something moving in the corner of the room. I turned, but there was nothing there, only the shadows stretching and shifting in unnatural ways. I heard a soft thump behind me, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. My heart raced as I turned toward the sound, but no one was there. The whispering intensified, filling the room with a low, guttural tone that made my skin crawl. It was as if the house itself were alive, aware of my presence and waiting for me. I tried the door again, but it wouldn't budge. The room seemed to close in around me, the walls pressing against me like a vice. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the edge of the room, its form barely visible in the dim light. It was tall and thin, with elongated limbs that seemed to stretch unnaturally. Its face was a blur, a shadow that I could not make out no matter how hard I tried. The figure took a step toward me, and I froze, my body unwilling to obey my frantic mind. The whispering turned into laughter, a low, mocking sound that sent a wave of terror through me. I felt my chest tighten as the figure stepped closer, its presence suffocating. It reached out toward me with skeletal hands, and I backed away, my feet stumbling over the floor. I could hear my breath coming in short, ragged gasps, my body trembling with fear. I tried once more to open the door, but it remained locked tight, as though mocking my every attempt. Then, in the midst of the chaos, the figure spoke in a voice that was both familiar and alien, a voice I knew I had heard before. "You shouldn't have come," it said, its tone cold and devoid of emotion. I felt a surge of panic, my heart thundering in my chest as I backed into the corner of the room. The laughter continued, echoing off the walls like a haunting refrain. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud crash, and I turned to see my neighbor standing in the doorway, their face pale and wide-eyed. They rushed toward me, grabbing my arm and pulling me out of the room. As we stumbled into the hallway, the house seemed to return to its normal state, the air warm and the shadows retreating into the corners. My neighbor apologized, but I could see the fear in their eyes, as if they, too, had been trapped in the same nightmare. We hurried out of the house, the front door slamming shut behind us. As we stood on the porch, gasping for breath, I realized that the nightmare was far from over. The figure was still out there, waiting, watching. And the house, dark and empty, would always be a place of terror, a place where the line between the living and the dead had been forever blurred. My neighbor never spoke of what happened inside the house, but I knew that something evil had taken root in that place, something that would never let go. As the clock struck midnight, marking the arrival of the new year, I stood there, shaking, knowing that the night would haunt me forever. The celebration I had expected was gone, replaced by a chilling reminder that not every invitation leads to a night of joy and laughter. Some doors, when opened, should never be crossed. And as the fireworks lit up the night sky, I realized I would never forget the darkness that lurked inside my neighbor's house. Story 2. At the stroke of midnight, my phone lit up with a text that said, "Turn around," though I was alone. It was New Year's Eve, and I was sitting in my living room, surrounded by empty glasses and the quiet hum of the TV in the background. The celebration had ended early, with no one left to share the final moments of the year with. I had expected a peaceful night to usher in the new year, but the text changed everything. The message made my heart race. I glanced around the room, trying to find something out of place. The air seemed colder than usual, and I shivered involuntarily, though I couldn't tell why. I stood up slowly, hesitating, wondering if someone was playing a prank on me. But when I turned around, the room remained empty. There was no one there. I checked my phone again, trying to find any clue as to who had sent the message. The number was unfamiliar, and there were no previous texts from this contact. I considered calling the police, but I stopped myself. It could be a wrong number, or worse, a joke. But the chilling feeling in the pit of my stomach told me it was more than that. It was then that I heard the soft creak of the floorboards behind me. It was unmistakable. Someone was in my house. I turned around quickly, my breath catching in my throat, but again I saw nothing. The room was just as empty as before. I felt like I was being watched, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I backed away from the center of the room, my phone still clutched tightly in my hand. I sent a quick text to my best friend, asking if she had heard anything from me, or if she knew of anyone who might be playing a prank. She replied almost instantly, telling me she was with her family and hadn't sent anything. That was when the weight of the situation hit me. Whoever had sent the text was still in my home. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of the situation. I couldn't remember locking the door earlier, but I was sure I had. Still, my instincts told me to check. I moved cautiously toward the hallway, my heart pounding in my chest. I glanced over my shoulder with every step, feeling like something was just behind me, waiting for me to turn around again. When I reached the door, I checked the lock. It was secure. I had definitely locked it before sitting down. My fingers trembled as I turned the handle and peered outside. The porch was empty, and there was nothing unusual to see. Yet, I felt a deep sense of unease. Something was wrong, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I shut the door quietly, making sure it was locked again. Then, without thinking, I turned around and went back into the living room. I tried to convince myself that I was being paranoid, that it was just the after effects of too much New Year's Eve champagne. But as I sat back down on the couch, I heard a faint whisper, so soft that I almost didn't catch it. "Turn around." My blood ran cold. The voice was too clear, too real. It wasn't a voice I recognized, but somehow I knew it wasn't a part of my imagination. I sat frozen, unable to move, trying to process what was happening. I didn't dare to turn around, but I could feel my pulse quickening. The air was thick with tension. In that moment, I had no idea what to do. My phone buzzed again, and I glanced at the screen, half expecting another text from the same unknown number. This time it was different. The message simply read, "It's time." I swallowed hard, the words echoing in my mind. What was this? Who was behind it? I looked around the room, trying to make sense of what was happening. I wondered if I should run, call someone, or just lock myself in a room and wait. But before I could decide, I heard a knock on the door. It was sharp, urgent. My heart skipped a beat. I couldn't ignore it. The knocking continued, each thud louder than the last. I stood up, my legs trembling beneath me. I wasn't sure if I should answer the door, but there was a sense of dread creeping up inside me, urging me not to. Yet something pushed me forward. As I approached the door, I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I took a deep breath, and with shaky hands I unlocked the door. What I saw made my heart stop. Standing in the doorway was a man tall and dressed in a dark coat. His face was hidden in shadow, but there was something unsettling about his presence. His eyes were dark, but I could feel his gaze cutting through me. His lips curled into a slow, sinister smile as he whispered, "I've been waiting for you." I slammed the door shut without thinking, my mind racing. I had no idea who this man was or how he had gotten there. I locked the door again, then backed away, my breathing shallow. The silence that followed was suffocating, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, watching me. My phone buzzed again. This time I didn't have to look at it to know what the message said. "He's not gone." Look again. I closed my eyes, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Was this some kind of twisted joke, or was I really in danger? I turned back to the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew I shouldn't open it again, but the message made me feel like I had no choice. Slowly, I approached the door once more. My hand hovered over the handle, and I hesitated for a moment, too afraid to touch it. But curiosity, and perhaps something darker, pushed me forward. When I opened the door this time, there was nothing there. The porch was empty. I stepped outside, looking around, my breath visible in the cold air. It was eerily quiet, too quiet. I glanced down at the ground, and that's when I saw it, a small slip of paper, barely visible in the moonlight. I picked it up, feeling a chill run down my spine. The note was simple, written in neat handwriting, "You're not alone." My hands trembled as I read the words, my heart sinking. It was clear now. Whoever had been sending me these messages was still watching me, and I was trapped in some twisted game that I didn't understand. I rushed back inside, locking the door behind me. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed help. But as I reached for my phone to call for assistance, I noticed something strange. The screen was cracked, and the home button wouldn't respond. It was as if the phone had been tampered with. I tried turning it off, but it remained frozen, displaying the same chilling message, "It's too late." The feeling of being watched intensified. I looked around the room again, but there was no one there. Yet, I knew someone was watching me, waiting for the moment to strike. I couldn't stay in the house any longer. I grabbed my coat and keys, determined to leave, but just as I opened the door, the power went out. The house was plunged into darkness, and I froze, unable to move. My breath echoed in the silence, and I realized then that whatever had been happening was not a coincidence. It wasn't a prank or a series of unfortunate events. This was something far more sinister. Then I heard it again, a whisper close to my ear, "Turn around." I didn't need to. I could feel it behind me, cold and malevolent, like a presence that had been there all along. The darkness around me thickened, and the silence turned into a deafening roar. In that moment, I realized the truth. I wasn't alone, and I wasn't getting out. Story 3. The fireworks had been an annual tradition in the town, a sight that everyone eagerly awaited. For years, the entire community gathered by the lake, their faces illuminated by the bright bursts of color that lit up the midnight sky. The crackling sounds and showers of sparks were something that every resident looked forward to. This year, however, the festivities took a strange turn, and no one could have predicted the terrifying events that followed. As the clock struck midnight, the first explosion filled the sky, followed by another, and then another. The air was filled with the sounds of joy and laughter as families and friends celebrated the arrival of the new year. But then, something went wrong. The fireworks, which had been so vibrant just moments before, suddenly stopped mid-air. as though some unseen force had seized control of them. For a few moments there was confusion, followed by an uneasy silence. People looked around, unsure of what to make of the sudden change in the atmosphere. The air felt thick, as though the very atmosphere had changed. The excitement quickly turned to concern as whispers began to spread through the crowd. At first, no one knew what was happening. People tried to shrug it off, assuming that it was just a technical malfunction or some sort of glitch. But then, the silence stretched on for longer than anyone could bear. It was as if the world had come to a halt, holding its breath in anticipation of something. The sound of footsteps echoed eerily through the stillness, each footfall amplified by the absence of any other noise. The moon hung high above, casting an eerie glow on the deserted streets. The usual chatter that accompanied such gatherings was replaced by an unnatural quiet. Some people began to gather their belongings, eager to leave, but no one moved quickly enough. The air seemed to press down on them, making even the simplest movement feel laborious. One by one, the residents turned their gaze back to the sky, hoping for the fireworks to resume. They waited, counting the minutes, but the silence remained unbroken. Some tried to make calls, only to find that their phones had lost signal, and the once familiar technology had been replaced by an unsettling stillness. The town, once vibrant with the sounds of celebration, now felt like a ghost town, suspended in a moment that would not end. Then it happened. A low rumble echoed from the distant woods, barely audible at first, but growing louder with each passing second. It was a sound unlike anything the townspeople had ever heard before, and unnatural. Guttural growl that seemed to reverberate through their bones. Panic set in as the crowd, which had been filled with laughter and joy just moments before, now found itself paralyzed by fear. In an instant, the first of the fireworks exploded once more, but this time it was not the colorful display that had once filled the sky. Instead, the explosion was a fiery red, and the sound it produced was unlike any fireworks they had ever witnessed. It was as if the firework had been twisted, corrupted, transformed into something monstrous. The explosion left a trail of smoke that hung in the air, thick and choking, casting an ominous shadow over the gathering crowd. A few brave souls tried to run, but the ground beneath them seemed to shift, as though the earth itself was no longer steady. People stumbled and fell, their eyes wide with fear as they struggled to regain their footing. The eerie silence had been replaced by the sound of rushing footsteps, a frantic scramble for safety. But where could they go? The once bustling streets were now empty, and the woods seemed to hold something far worse than anything they could imagine. As the seconds dragged on, more fireworks went off, each one more distorted and menacing than the last. The flashes of light were no longer a symbol of celebration, but rather a warning, a signal that something was terribly wrong. The entire town had descended into chaos, but amidst it all, one figure stood still, unmoving, as if they were waiting for something. In the center of the town square, a large clock tower loomed above, its hands frozen at exactly midnight. The hands of the clock had stopped, just like everything else. No one knew what it meant, but it was as though the passage of time itself had been halted, leaving the residents trapped in that single moment. The air was thick with the scent of smoke, and the once clear sky was now filled with swirling clouds that seemed to hide something that was watching them from above. A scream echoed from the crowd, followed by another, and then a third. People began to flee in all directions, desperate to escape whatever force had taken hold of their town. But no matter how far they ran, the fear never left them. It was as if the very air had turned against them, and there was nowhere to hide from the growing sense of dread that gripped their hearts. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the trees in the distance began to sway violently, their branches creaking under some unseen pressure. It was as though nature itself was being twisted, reshaped by a power beyond their understanding. The once beautiful woods now looked dark and forbidding, as though they were hiding something unnatural within their depths. Among the chaos, a few townspeople had gathered in the old church, seeking refuge from the growing storm outside. But even here, they found no comfort. The doors, once sturdy and unyielding, creaked and groaned, as if something was trying to break through. A chill swept through the building, making their breath visible in the cold air. The church, once a symbol of peace and safety, now felt like a prison, its walls closing in around them. A loud crash interrupted their thoughts, and a low growl echoed through the building, sending shivers down their spines. It was as though the very structure of the church was under siege, and no matter where they turned, there was nowhere to escape. Panic set in as people cried out, clutching each other for comfort, but the fear was too overwhelming. The building itself seemed to groan, as though it was alive, reacting to the unnatural events unfolding outside. Outside, the fireworks continued to explode, their colors now twisted into grotesque shapes. The bursts of light seemed to form eerie patterns in the sky, as though they were trying to communicate something. The once beautiful fireworks, which had symbolized hope and renewal, now seemed to mock the townspeople, reminding them that nothing would ever be the same again. Some of the brave townsfolk tried to break free, to flee into the night, but the roads were now blocked by thick fog that had rolled in without warning. Visibility was almost zero, and the air was suffocating, as though the fog itself was alive, closing in around them. No matter how fast they ran, they could not escape the encroaching darkness. Inside the church, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway, and a low, guttural voice whispered from the shadows. It was not a voice that anyone recognized, but it seemed to speak directly to their souls. The terror that had already gripped the town now seemed to have found its way into their very hearts, and they knew with a certainty that was almost tangible that they were no longer safe. The doors to the church slammed shut with a deafening bang, trapping everyone inside. The people screamed, but it was too late. The air grew colder, and the ground beneath them began to shake again, more violently this time. The once sturdy walls of the church began to crack, and through the cracks, a faint light could be seen, growing brighter and brighter with each passing second. The light was not the bright, joyful display of fireworks that had once filled the night sky. It was something darker, something more sinister. As the light grew, the very fabric of reality seemed to warp and twist, and the people inside the church could feel the presence of something ancient and malevolent creeping closer. They could only watch in horror as the light consumed everything around them, and the once quiet town was no more. The horror of that New Year's Eve would never be forgotten, for it was a night when time itself was broken, and the boundaries between the living and the dead were shattered forever. The fireworks had stopped, and so had the world. Story 4. On New Year's Eve, the air was thick with anticipation. The festive hum of celebration surrounded the streets, with families gathering in their homes, friends huddling together in excitement, and strangers making their way to parties and events. People dressed in their finest clothes, eager to embrace the new year with open arms. But for one person, the eve would be far from the usual joy and laughter. Lena stood alone in her room, her fingers slowly turning the paper she had just found. She had placed a slip of paper into her resolution jar earlier in the year, hoping to remind herself of something positive when the time came to read it. But this slip was different. It wasn't her handwriting, and the words sent a chill through her spine. Run before it's too late. The resolution jar had always been a cherished tradition in Lena's family. Every year they would write down their goals and hopes for the upcoming year, slip them into the jar, and read them aloud on New Year's Eve. It was a comforting ritual, a way to reflect on growth and change. But now, with that ominous message staring back at her, Lena felt a deep unease in her chest. It wasn't just the message that bothered her, it was the feeling of someone else's presence in the room. She couldn't shake the thought that someone or something had been watching her. She glanced around, expecting to see someone in the corner. But there was nothing there, only shadows cast long and eerie by the dim light of her lamp. Yet a strange sense of dread lingered, as if the words on the paper had awakened something. As midnight approached, Lena tried to push the unsettling feeling aside. She told herself it was just the excitement of the holiday playing tricks on her mind. But as the clock struck 11:50 p.m., she heard a knock at the door. At first, she thought it was just a neighbor stopping by to wish her a happy new year. But the knock sounded urgent, desperate even. Hesitating, she slowly made her way toward the door, her heart racing with each step. When Lena opened the door, no one was standing there. She frowned, confused and frustrated. She had no idea who would have knocked at this hour, especially since everyone she knew was supposed to be at a party or with their families. But as she stood in the doorway, something caught her eye, a small, crumpled piece of paper lying at her feet. She picked it up and unfolded it, revealing more words in the same unsettling handwriting. "They know you're here." A cold shiver ran down her spine as she stepped back inside and slammed the door shut behind her. The room felt darker now, the walls closing in on her. She tried to tell herself it was just some cruel prank, but the words felt too real, too personal. She had no idea who was behind this, or why they were tormenting her, but she knew one thing for certain: something wasn't right. Lena turned to the window, hoping to see some sign of life outside, anything to reassure her that the world was still normal. But what she saw made her stomach churn. Across the street, in the dim light, a figure stood in the shadows, watching her. She couldn't make out their face, but the outline of their body was unmistakable. And then, as if they knew she was looking, they slowly raised a hand, pointing directly at her. Heart pounding in her chest, Lena stumbled back from the window. What was happening? Why was someone watching her so intently? She felt trapped, as if the very night itself had turned against her. The festive mood of New Year's Eve had completely evaporated, replaced by a suffocating sense of dread. Desperately, Lena grabbed her phone and tried to call her best friend, hoping for some comfort or reassurance. But when she dialed the number, the call wouldn't connect. She tried again, then again, but there was no response. No ring, just a strange buzzing noise. It was as if the entire network had gone down, leaving her completely isolated. She threw her phone onto the couch in frustration. Minutes passed in silence, but the feeling of being watched never left. Lena began pacing around the room, her mind racing with questions. Who would do this? Why? The resolution jar sat innocently on the table, its contents mocking her goals, dreams, and resolutions she had once hoped to achieve. Now it all seemed meaningless, as if the entire year had been nothing but a setup for something far darker. Suddenly there was another knock at the door. This time it was louder, more insistent. Lena froze, her breath caught in her throat. She had no idea who was out there, or what they wanted, but she knew one thing: she had to get out of the house. She couldn't stay here any longer. With shaking hands, she grabbed her coat and rushed toward the back door. The cold night air hit her like a slap in the face as she stepped outside. The streets were eerily quiet, with no one in sight. The usual sounds of celebration were absent, replaced by an almost oppressive silence. As she walked down the sidewalk, Lena couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was following her. Every step felt heavy, as if the ground beneath her was pulling her down. She quickened her pace, hoping to reach the nearby park where she could find safety. But as she turned the corner, she was met with an unexpected sight. A group of people, all dressed in dark clothing, stood in a circle in the middle of the park. They didn't move, didn't speak, but their eyes were locked on her. It was as if they had been waiting for her. Lena's heart raced as she realized she was trapped. The streets were empty. The park was filled with these strange figures, and the only thing she could do was run. Without thinking, she sprinted past them, not daring to look back. She could hear the soft sound of footsteps behind her, growing louder with each passing second. The further she ran, the more disorienting her surroundings became. The familiar streets now seemed foreign, twisting and turning in impossible ways. No matter how fast she ran, the figures in the park were always just a few steps behind her. She couldn't escape them, couldn't outrun the terror that was closing in on her. And then, in a moment of clarity, she realized that they weren't chasing her. They were guiding her, leading her somewhere. At last, she stumbled into an alleyway, breathless and terrified. She leaned against the wall, trying to steady herself, but the cold air made it hard to think. And then, as if on cue, the same message from the resolution jar flashed before her eyes. Run before it's too late. She had run, but now she didn't know if it was too late for her to escape. She looked around the alley, but there was no sign of the figures, no sound of footsteps. For a long time, Lena stood there, her mind racing. She had no idea where she was, or what had just happened. But one thing was clear: this New Year's Eve would be one she would never forget. She had seen the darkness that lay beneath the celebrations, and it was something far more terrifying than she could ever have imagined. As the hours ticked on and the night grew colder, Lena could only wonder if the horror would ever truly end, or if perhaps it had only just begun. Story 5. The air was filled with excitement as the New Year's countdown began. Everyone in the room was eagerly waiting for the clock to strike midnight, signaling the start of a fresh new year. The chatter was a blend of laughter, clinking glasses, and cheerful greetings. It was a perfect celebration, or at least it seemed to be. I was standing near the window, watching the distant fireworks explode in colorful bursts, when something odd caught my eye. In the far corner of the room, behind a thick curtain, there stood a figure. At first I thought it was just another guest in a dark corner of the room, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized no one else seemed to notice. The figure was motionless, standing perfectly still, facing the wall. I looked around at the crowd of people, all absorbed in their conversations or busy making toasts, but none of them looked in that direction. I felt a chill run down my spine. It wasn't just the cold air from the open window. It was something unsettling about the figure. It was as if it didn't belong. I glanced at the clock. Only 5 minutes remained until midnight. My heart began to race, and I couldn't tear my eyes away from that dark corner. As the countdown continued, the figure didn't move. I couldn't see its face. It was obscured by shadows. My mind raced to come up with an explanation. Was it a prank? Was someone playing a joke by hiding in the corner? But there was something deeply wrong about it. The figure seemed too still, too lifeless. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination running wild, but the unease I felt only grew stronger. The seconds on the clock ticked away, and I felt compelled to walk closer. Something about the figure called to me, and I couldn't ignore the strange pull. As I moved through the crowd, I noticed no one reacted to my sudden movement, all too absorbed in their own excitement. It was as though I had entered another world, one where I was the only one who could sense the presence in that corner. The nearer I got, the more the air around me seemed to thicken. With each step, the figure remained eerily still, its back turned toward me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I was almost there, just a few feet away now. I could see that the figure was draped in what appeared to be a long, dark cloak. The fabric seemed to shimmer in the dim light, though it was hard to tell if it was just the effect of the shadows. I reached the edge of the curtain and hesitated. My breath caught in my throat, and my heart pounded in my chest. The figure was so close now, and yet it felt like it was on the other side of a vast chasm. I slowly reached out my hand to part the curtain, and that was when I noticed something else, something that made my blood run cold. The figure had no reflection in the glass of the window next to it. I stopped in my tracks. The room was filled with reflections of laughing guests, glasses clinking, and the shimmering lights of the New Year's decorations. But there, in the corner, was only emptiness. It was as though the figure existed outside the realm of this world, its presence too wrong to be caught in the reflection. The sudden, deep silence fell over the room, and I looked back to see if anyone had noticed the shift, but no one had. The countdown continued, and as the seconds dwindled, the strange figure in the corner remained unaffected, unacknowledged by the revelers. I stood frozen, my eyes locked on the shadowy form, waiting for anything to happen. As the clock finally struck midnight, the cheers and cries of celebration filled the air. But as the crowd erupted in joyous celebration, I heard something else. It was a faint whisper, barely audible over the cheers, but unmistakable. The words seemed to come from the figure in the corner. "You shouldn't have looked," it murmured, its voice low and raspy, as if coming from a long distance. My blood ran cold. I took a step back, but it was too late. The figure suddenly turned its head towards me. Its face was hidden by the dark hood of its cloak, but I could feel its eyes burning into me. The room seemed to grow colder, and the laughter and music faded away. It was as if time had stopped, and the entire world had shrunk down to just me and that terrifying figure. I could feel my pulse racing as it took a step forward, its presence overwhelming. Without thinking, I turned and ran, my legs carrying me through the crowd. No one seemed to notice as I pushed past them, my heart pounding in my chest. I stumbled out of the room and into the hallway, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The noise of the party seemed muffled, like it was coming from far away. I could still hear the whispering voice in my ears, the words lingering in the air like a curse. When I finally made it to the front door, I looked back. The house seemed eerily quiet now, almost as if it were abandoned. I opened the door and stepped outside into the cold night air. The fireworks had stopped, and the sky was dark once more. I stood there for a moment, trying to steady my breath, but the feeling of dread still clung to me. I couldn't explain what had happened. The figure, the whisper, the overwhelming sense of being watched, it was as if I had glimpsed something that I wasn't supposed to see. I glanced back at the house one last time before I walked away, my mind racing with questions I couldn't answer. Who was that figure? Why had no one else seen it? And most chilling of all, why had it seemed to be waiting for me? The rest of the night was a blur. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me, that I wasn't alone. The laughter, the joy, the celebrations, it all seemed like a distant memory now. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see that figure standing in the corner of the room, motionless, waiting. And the whisper that haunted me long after the new year had begun. Days passed, and the unease never left me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that the events of that night were somehow connected to something much darker. I tried to convince myself that it was all just a figment of my imagination, the product of too much excitement and too little sleep. But deep down, I knew better. The figure in the corner had been real, and whatever it wasn't finished with me yet. It wasn't until a week later that I learned the truth. I had a friend over for coffee, and as we were chatting, I casually mentioned the strange figure I had seen that night. My friend looked at me with wide eyes and asked, "Do you know what happened in that house before?" I had no idea what they were talking about, but they told me the story of a woman who had disappeared in that very house years ago. Her body was never found, but some people said she had been cursed, trapped in the shadows. The more I listened, the more I realized the connection between the story and the figure I had seen. It wasn't a coincidence. The figure had been waiting for me, and now it was following me. I don't know what it wants, but I do know one thing: it won't stop until it gets what it's looking for. And I have a feeling that my New Year's Eve nightmare is far from over. Story 6. It was a night full of excitement and anticipation. The last day of the year had arrived, and people were buzzing with the thrill of celebrating New Year's Eve. The countdown had begun, and everyone was looking forward to the new year, hoping it would bring happiness, success, and prosperity. As I entered the lavish ballroom, I was greeted by a sea of well-dressed people toasting to a year gone by and to the one that was about to unfold. The atmosphere was electric, with laughter and music filling the air. I was handed a glass of champagne as soon as I stepped in. Its sparkling contents caught my attention, glimmering like tiny stars in the light. The bubbles swirled, and the fragrance was delicate, promising a smooth, refreshing taste. Without a second thought, I raised the glass to my lips and took a sip, letting the cold, crisp liquid glide down my throat. For a moment, everything seemed perfect, just like every other New Year's Eve celebration I had ever attended. But something felt off almost immediately. There was a faint metallic taste that lingered in my mouth, and I couldn't quite place what it was. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was distinct, different from the usual champagne taste. As the minutes ticked by, I dismissed it as something trivial, maybe just a random quirk of the drink, and continued to mingle with the crowd. The music played louder, and the cheers grew stronger, but my attention was now divided between the festivities and the unusual taste on my tongue. The metallic flavor was still there, and I noticed that it wasn't fading as I had hoped. In fact, it seemed to be intensifying. My head began to feel a little heavy, and a slight dizziness started to creep in. At first, I thought it was the excitement of the night, maybe a little too much champagne, but as I stood there, something didn't feel right. I tried to brush it off, but the sensation only worsened. The world around me seemed to blur, and I struggled to stay balanced. I took a deep breath, hoping the dizziness would subside, but it didn't. The edges of my vision started to darken, and I clutched the side of a table to steady myself. The metallic taste now tasted more like something sharp, almost bitter, and my body began to tremble slightly. I had to sit down, or else I feared I might collapse in the middle of the dance floor. As I made my way to an empty chair, I realized that something was definitely wrong. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what was happening to me. The dizziness was becoming overwhelming, and I could feel my pulse quickening. Panic set in as I realized that I was losing control of my body. I was no longer sure if it was just the champagne or something more sinister. Had I been drugged? The thought crossed my mind, but I quickly dismissed it. Surely that wasn't possible. After all, this was a high-class event, filled with distinguished guests. Who would do such a thing on such an important night? As I sat in the chair, struggling to maintain my composure, I scanned the room for someone to help. The vibrant atmosphere around me seemed to be fading as my focus wavered. The music was now distant, almost muffled, and I could barely make out the faces of people around me. The thought of calling for help crossed my mind, but I was too weak to even raise my voice. I was trapped in a haze of confusion and fear, with no way out. At that moment, a sudden rush of cold fear washed over me. What if something worse was about to happen? What if this wasn't just a simple reaction to the champagne? I tried to move, but my legs felt like they were made of lead. Every attempt to stand up resulted in more dizziness, and the metallic taste was now overwhelming. My body felt like it was shutting down, as though every muscle was refusing to cooperate. I had never felt so powerless in my entire life. As I continued to sit there, my mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was something in the drink, something no one had noticed. Maybe it was a cruel prank, or perhaps something far more dangerous was at play. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was no ordinary New Year's Eve celebration. There was something dark lurking beneath the surface of all the excitement and joy. Something I couldn't yet put my finger on, but it was there, waiting to reveal itself. By now, my body had grown numb, and I struggled to breathe as the dizziness intensified. I could hear people talking, but their voices seemed so distant. It felt like I was underwater, trying to make out sounds and movements from miles away. I couldn't even tell if I was imagining things or if everything was truly as distorted as it seemed. The world had become a blur, and all I could focus on was the metallic taste in my mouth and the overwhelming dizziness. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder shaking me gently. I turned my head and saw a concerned woman looking down at me. Her face was kind, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about her. She asked if I was okay, but her voice sounded so far away. I tried to speak, but my throat felt dry and constricted. My vision swam before me, and I couldn't find the strength to respond. The woman helped me to my feet, though I barely had the strength to stand. My legs felt like they would buckle at any moment, but she held me up, guiding me through the crowd. I could hear her talking, but her words were lost in the fog of dizziness clouding my mind. As we made our way through the ballroom, I caught glimpses of people still celebrating, completely unaware of what was happening to me. They continued to laugh and cheer, oblivious to the nightmare that was unfolding just a few feet away. I could feel my heart racing in my chest, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Something was definitely wrong, and I couldn't understand why no one else seemed to notice. The woman's grip on my arm tightened, and I began to panic. Was she really trying to help, or was this all part of some twisted game? I could no longer trust my own senses. My surroundings were a blur, and every step felt like a struggle. We reached the door to the back hall, and the woman pushed it open, leading me into a quieter, dimly lit space. The moment we stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind us, and I was struck with a sudden, bone-chilling realization. The people in the ballroom might not have been the only ones celebrating that night. What if the people behind the scenes were part of something darker, something far more dangerous? The metallic taste, the dizziness, the way everything seemed to shift around me, it all started to make sense in a horrifying way. Before I could process my thoughts, the woman turned to face me, her expression no longer kind. There was a coldness in her eyes, a glint of something sinister that sent a shock of terror through my entire body. She began to speak, but her words were incomprehensible, drowned out by the pounding in my ears. My vision swirled in and out of focus, and I could no longer tell what was real and what was a product of my weakening mind. Then, everything went black. I woke up in a small, dimly lit room, the faint metallic taste still lingering in my mouth. My head was pounding, and my limbs felt heavy. The dizziness had subsided, but a sense of unease clung to me. The events of the night rushed back, and I realized that I had narrowly escaped something far more sinister than I could have ever imagined. I had been drugged, likely with something that caused the strange symptoms I had experienced. I slowly sat up, my mind still foggy from the effects of whatever had been in that champagne. The room around me was unfamiliar, and the air was thick with a musty odor. Panic gripped me once more as I realized that I had no idea how I had ended up here or who was responsible. But one thing was clear: I had narrowly avoided a much worse fate than New Year's Eve, and the horrors of that night would stay with me forever. Story 7. Info. The chill of New Year's Eve hung in the air as I stood amidst a lively crowd. The rhythmic booms of fireworks resonated above, coloring the sky in bursts of gold, red and green. People cheered, kissed, and toasted to fresh beginnings, while I lingered near the edge of the festivities, lost in thought. That was when a stranger, cloaked in a long, dark coat, approached me with a disarming smile. His gloved hand extended a single lit sparkler toward me as he leaned in close, whispering, "This will be your last celebration." A nervous laugh escaped my lips as I took the sparkler hesitantly, unsure of whether this was some odd tradition or a stranger's morbid sense of humor. His words lingered like a sinister echo, heavy with an unspoken warning. Before I could ask him what he meant, he had melted into the crowd, leaving me alone with the small, crackling flame. The sparkler hissed and popped, its light dancing against the night, but it felt heavier in my hand than it should have. I scanned the crowd for the man, but he was gone, as if he had never been there in the first place. The sensation of unease settled deep in my chest, pushing out the joy I had felt moments before. The sparkler continued to burn, its glow oddly mesmerizing yet unnerving. I thought about tossing it away, but something compelled me to hold on to it. The words he had spoken replayed in my mind, their weight growing heavier with each repetition. My heart raced as I questioned whether this was a joke or something far darker. As the countdown to midnight began, the crowd's energy surged, their cheers vibrating through the night. I could feel the tension in the air, but it was different from the usual excitement of New Year's Eve. It was almost as if the world itself held its breath, waiting for something to happen. The sparkler's flame reached its end, fizzling out with a faint sizzle, leaving me in darkness. Just as I exhaled in relief, a chilling breeze swept through, carrying with it a sound that made my blood run cold, a low, guttural whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. I turned around quickly, convinced I would find the stranger standing there, but there was no one. The crowd had erupted into cheers as the clock struck midnight, their voices drowning out the strange whispers I had heard. Fireworks exploded in the sky, illuminating the faces of the jubilant revelers, but I felt entirely detached from their joy. Something was wrong, deeply and fundamentally wrong. My gut screamed for me to leave, but I found myself rooted to the spot, unable to move. As I stood frozen, the lights from the fireworks began to blur and distort, their colors bleeding together unnaturally. It was as if the world was shifting, breaking apart at the seams. The faces of those around me seemed to change too, their smiles twisting into grotesque, hollow expressions. I stumbled backward, my breathing ragged, as the sound of laughter morphed into something darker, a cacophony of screams and wails that grated against my ears. The stranger's words surged back to me, carrying an ominous clarity I had ignored before. Panic surged as I tried to push through the crowd, desperate to escape this surreal nightmare. No matter which direction I turned, the massive bodies seemed endless, their distorted faces leering at me. I screamed for help, but my voice was lost amidst the chaos. Suddenly I caught sight of the man in the dark coat standing at the edge of the crowd, his gaze fixed on me. His eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the flames of the fireworks, and his mouth curved into a knowing smirk. I broke into a sprint, my only thought being to put as much distance as possible between me and him. My surroundings became a blur as I ran, my heart pounding like a drumbeat in my chest. I did not know where I was going, but I could not stop. The sound of footsteps echoed behind me, deliberate and unhurried, but somehow always close. No matter how fast I ran, the stranger was never far away. Finally, I burst out of the crowd and into an empty street, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The silence was deafening, a stark contrast to the cacophony I had just escaped. I turned around, expecting to see the man following me, but there was nothing. The street was deserted, and for a moment, I thought I was safe. That illusion shattered when I saw the sparkler lying on the ground in front of me, its tip glowing faintly as if it had been recently lit. A cold dread washed over me as I picked it up, unable to resist its pull. The flame ignited once more, brighter and more intense than were casting eerie shadows around me. The whispers returned, louder now, filling my mind with disjointed words and chilling promises. I realized then that the sparkler was not just a simple firework. It was something far more sinister, something that had marked me in some way I could not understand. Desperation clawed at me as I tried to extinguish the flame, but it would not go out. I stomped on it, threw it against the pavement, and even tried to douse it with water from a nearby fountain, but the sparkler burned on, defying all logic. My hands began to tremble as I felt an invisible force tightening around me, suffocating me. The air grew thick, and a deep, resonant voice echoed in my mind, "Your time is up." Before I could react, the world around me dissolved into darkness, and I was plunged into a void. I could feel nothing, see nothing, and hear nothing but the steady crackle of the sparkler in my hand. Time lost all meaning as I drifted in this empty space, trapped with only my fear and the haunting echo of the stranger's thin air, leaving behind only a lingering sense of unease. I tried to move on, but the experience left a mark on me, one that I couldn't easily shake. Every time I walked through the door, I would glance at the counter, half expecting to see the wallet there, as though everything could somehow return to normal. But the reality was that something had changed, something I couldn't undo. The safety I once felt in my own home was gone, replaced by a wariness that would never fully fade. And as I continued with my life, I couldn't help but wonder who had been inside my house, what they had hoped to find, and why they had taken only my wallet. Story 2. It was an ordinary evening when my phone rang. The caller ID displayed my mother's name, and for a brief moment, I felt a strange sense of warmth wash over me. I hadn't heard from her in over a year since the funeral. She had passed unexpectedly, and the grief had been overwhelming. I hadn't quite come to terms with it. I'd kept her number in my contacts, unable to delete it, as if keeping it there would somehow keep her with me. I swiped to answer, thinking perhaps it was a sign or a reminder from her spirit, but I didn't expect what came next. "Hello?" I answered, trying to keep my voice steady, half expecting it to be some kind of strange, lingering echo of her voice. But it wasn't an echo. The voice that answered was distinctly her soft, warm, comforting, just as I remembered it. "Sweetheart, it's Mom," she said, her voice exactly the same as it had been before she passed. The very sound of it made my chest tighten with an odd mix of joy and fear. I felt an overwhelming rush of emotion, the kind that grips you when you hear something from someone you've lost, and for a brief moment, I allowed myself to believe that maybe it was her. Maybe this was just another strange phenomenon, something I couldn't explain, but that didn't matter. I wanted to believe it was real. "Mom? Is that really you?" I asked, my voice trembling. There was a long pause, a silence that felt like it stretched far too long. Then, the voice on the other end responded, but there was something wrong, something subtly off about it. "Of course, sweetheart. Why wouldn't it be?" she replied, but the words didn't feel like they should have. They were too calm, too perfect. I could feel the familiar comfort in her tone, but something about the response didn't match the warmth I used to know. There was a coldness hidden beneath it, a flatness that set my nerves on edge. I couldn't put my finger on what was wrong, but my heart began to race. I clutched the phone tighter, my mind spinning with confusion. "Mom, you're gone," I said, my voice cracking. The air around me felt suddenly too heavy. How could this be happening? This wasn't possible. I had stood by her grave not long ago, mourning her with family and friends. I had been there when they lowered her into the earth. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what was happening. Could it be a prank? Could someone be messing with me? But the voice on the other end was too familiar, too real. "Sweetheart, don't worry about it," the voice said again, this time with a hint of impatience. "I'm still here, aren't I?" I froze. Those words, they were too precise, too unsettling. They didn't make sense. I wanted to hang up, but something kept me rooted to the spot, listening, trapped. "How is this even possible?" I whispered, half to myself, trying to wrap my mind around the situation. The voice on the other end laughed, but it wasn't my mother's laugh. It was off, too light, too sharp, lacking the warmth I remembered. "I'm always here," it said softly, almost soothingly, as though trying to convince me that nothing was amiss. But it wasn't right. It wasn't her. There was something wrong with the way she spoke. The familiar lilt in her voice, the one that I had heard 1,000 times, was gone. In its place was something hollow, a poor imitation of the person I had lost. My mind couldn't make sense of it. I was paralyzed, standing there, phone in hand, as the voice on the other end continued, saying things that sounded just like her. but the tone, there was something unsettling about it, something unnatural. "Where are you?" I asked, my voice trembling with fear. "Are you okay?" The voice on the other end hesitated for a moment, as though considering its answer. "I'm fine, sweetheart," it replied, but I could hear the faintest distortion behind the words, like an echo or a shadow of something pretending to be her. "But I need you to listen carefully," the voice continued, its tone shifting, darkening slightly. "You need to be careful." A chill ran down my spine. This was no longer a comforting conversation. It felt like a warning. A sinister presence disguised as my mother. "I'm not who you think I am," the voice whispered, so quietly that I almost didn't catch it. My heart skipped a beat. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice rising now, a surge of panic flooding my chest. The response came, slow and deliberate. "I'm your mother," it said again, but this time the words felt hollow, like they were being pulled from a place that wasn't quite real. "I'm always with you," it added, but there was something wrong, something that made my skin crawl. It wasn't her. It wasn't my mother. But it sounded like her. It spoke like her. It moved like her in the way it carried the conversation. The more I tried to focus on the words, the more they felt distorted, slipping through my grasp. The call ended abruptly, the line going dead without warning. I was left standing there, holding the phone to my ear, still hearing the faintest echoes of her voice in the silence. I dropped the phone, feeling like I had just encountered something I couldn't explain. My pulse was racing, my breath shallow, as I tried to make sense of it. It was impossible. My mother had been dead for a year. There was no way this could have been her. I checked the call log again, and it showed the same number as it had before her number. My stomach twisted with a new sense of dread. I hadn't imagined it. I hadn't dreamed it. I had spoken to her, or at least to something that sounded like her. But the way the voice changed, the strange tone, and the way it seemed to know exactly what to say, it wasn't her. I had no idea who or what I had just spoken to, but I knew one thing for sure: it wasn't my mother. I spent the next few hours in a daze trying to calm myself to understand what had happened. I told myself it was some sort of strange glitch, a freak accident, a mix-up in the phone system, or a scam call. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. It felt as though whatever had been on the other end of that line knew me, knew my emotions, my fears, my grief. It was like it was trying to deceive me, to make me believe in something that wasn't true. But the worst part was that I didn't know who had called me. Was it really my mother trying to reach out from the beyond? Or was it something else, something darker, pretending to be her? The phone didn't ring again that night, but I couldn't escape the unease that clung to me. I couldn't stop thinking about the voice, the way it had mimicked my mother perfectly, and yet it wasn't her. It was something else entirely. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that voice echoing in my mind, whispering, "I'm always with you." And I couldn't help but wonder, what had I just spoken to? And why had it called me? Story 3. I had always trusted my friend Nick. We had been close for years, and I never imagined there would be a reason not to. He was one of those friends who would do anything for you, always there when you needed help. So when my car broke down and I needed to get around, it felt like a no-brainer to borrow his. Nick offered me his car, saying I could use it for as long as I needed. I didn't think twice about it. Why would I? He was a good guy, and he had helped me out many times before. The first day I drove his car, everything felt normal. It was newer than mine, smoother to drive, and the seats were more comfortable. I didn't expect anything out of the ordinary. I drove around, ran errands, and took it on a few short trips. It wasn't until the next day, when I was getting ready to head out again, that something strange happened. I was adjusting the seat, and when my hand brushed along the edge, I felt something hard and small stuck to the fabric under the seat. At first, I thought it might be some sort of forgotten object, a pen or a piece of trash, but when I reached underneath, my fingers brushed against something unfamiliar. I pulled it out and held it in my hand, a small device, sleek and metallic, with a blinking light on it. It was a tracker, the kind you would use to track a car's location. My stomach twisted. Why was there a tracker in Nick's car? And why was it under the seat? I stared at the device, unsure of what to do next. The blinking light seemed almost too deliberate, as if it was waiting for me to notice it. I immediately felt a sense of dread wash over me. The thought that my every move might have been monitored without my knowledge sent a chill down my spine. I tried to stay calm and reason it out. Maybe it was for some legitimate purpose. Maybe Nick had put it there for his own peace of mind, to keep track of his car in case of theft or something. But that didn't explain why I had never been told about it. I could have easily been driving around, unaware that someone had been watching my every move. There was only one way to find out for sure. I had to talk to Nick. I pulled out my phone and sent him a text, trying to sound casual. "Hey, quick question, did you put a tracker under the seat of your car?" I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but I needed an answer. I waited for his reply, my mind racing with questions. What if he didn't respond? What if he had been the one tracking me? My phone buzzed a few minutes later, and when I saw the message, my heart sank. Nick's reply was short but unsettling. "It's not a tracker. Don't worry about it." I read the message over and over, trying to decipher it. His response didn't make me feel reassured. In fact, it only made me feel more suspicious. Why would he be so quick to dismiss it? Why didn't he offer an explanation or ask me what I had found? I stared at my phone, unsure of what to do next. I could feel my nerves getting the best of me. If it wasn't a tracker, what was it? And why had he said, "Don't worry about it"? That sounded more like something someone would say if they were trying to cover something up. I thought about calling him to get a clearer explanation, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being lied to. The longer I stared at the blinking device in my hand, the more I felt like there was something I wasn't being told. Something was off, and I couldn't ignore it. I needed answers, but I wasn't sure if Nick was the one I should be asking. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I went to the car dealership where Nick had bought the car, hoping to find some answers. The dealership was a few miles away, and the thought of walking in there to ask about a mysterious tracker made my stomach turn. But I had to know. I asked to speak with someone who had sold him the car. When the salesperson came out, I told him my situation and showed him the tracker I had found. At first, the salesperson seemed puzzled. He stared at the device for a long time, trying to make sense of it. Then his face went pale. "This isn't something we would install in any of our cars," he said quietly. "Are you sure it's from the car you borrowed?" My heart sank. His reaction didn't make me feel any better. I nodded, and he took the tracker to the back of the store to inspect it more closely. I waited anxiously, pacing back and forth. What did he mean by that? Why was he so unsettled? Finally, he returned, his face grim. "I don't know who put this in there," he said, "but I can tell you one thing, it wasn't us." I tried to wrap my head around his words, but the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. This wasn't just some random device. Someone had intentionally placed it there, and they had been tracking the car and my movements without my knowledge. I left the dealership, my mind in turmoil. It wasn't until I was back home, sitting on my couch, that I realized something even more unsettling. The tracker had my address on it. It was a small engraving, barely noticeable at first, but it was there. 1234 Elm Street was etched into the metal of the device. My heart dropped into my stomach. How could this tracker have my address on it? Had someone been following me all this time? Had Nick been involved, or was he in on it? I didn't know what to believe anymore. The fact that someone had been tracking my movements without my consent left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized how dangerous this could be. The person who had done this could be anyone, someone I knew, or a complete stranger. I couldn't take this lightly. I needed to confront Nick. I had to get to the bottom of this, no matter how uncomfortable or awkward it might be. But when I tried to call him, there was no answer. I left a message telling him I needed to talk. I kept my voice steady, but inside I was terrified of what I might discover. As the night stretched on, I kept checking my phone, waiting for a response. The uncertainty gnawed at me. Was Nick involved? Was this some kind of sick joke? Or had something much darker been happening that I didn't know about? The more I thought about it, the more I realized I might not have the answers I wanted, but I was getting closer to a truth that I wasn't sure I was ready to hear. The tracker was still in my hand, blinking its steady, insistent light. It felt like a ticking clock, counting down to something I wasn't prepared for. The more I stared at it, the more I realized I had been living in the dark for far too long. And now, the truth was starting to reveal itself in a way I couldn't ignore. Story 4. It started subtly. I'd come home from work, feeling the familiar calm wash over me as I unlocked the front gate. Each time I'd step inside, I noticed it slightly ajar, just a crack more than I remembered leaving it. At first, I thought it was just a breeze, or maybe I had been distracted and hadn't fully closed it when I left in the morning. But it kept happening. Every single day the gate would be left open, and I knew for sure that I had locked it securely before leaving. No one else had a key to my house, so who was doing this? The thought unsettled me, but I tried to push it aside. I convinced myself that it was just a coincidence, that maybe the wind was strong enough to nudge the gate open, or maybe it was the latch that wasn't catching properly. But then it started happening at night. One evening I arrived home late, and the moment I stepped out of my car, I saw the gate was wide open. I had just locked it an hour earlier. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I walked toward the gate, my mind racing. No one else had a key, at least. That's what I thought. But the more I thought about it, the more the situation started to feel intentional. Someone had to be coming into my yard, but how? I decided to set up a camera near the gate the next day, hoping to catch whoever was behind it. I didn't expect much. Maybe I'd catch a glimpse of an animal or a neighbor passing by. But when I reviewed the footage that night, I froze. The camera showed nothing unusual at first, but then I saw it. Just after midnight, a shadow moved across the frame. The gate swung open slowly, and a figure stepped into the yard. It was too dark to make out details, but the person didn't seem to be in a hurry. They lingered by the gate for a moment, almost as if they were waiting for something or someone. Then, just as quietly, they slipped away. The gate was left wide open. I felt my stomach drop. Whoever this was, they were doing it intentionally. It wasn't just a random act. This was someone who knew my schedule, someone who was watching me. They knew exactly when I wasn't home, and now they were making their presence known. I couldn't stop thinking about the last part of the video, the figure lingering by the gate. Why hadn't they just closed it? Why did they wait? I called a locksmith the next day, even though I was fairly certain I hadn't misplaced the key. I needed to know that my house was secure. The locksmith checked the lock and the gate and assured me that it was all in working order. There were no signs of tampering, nothing that suggested someone had picked the lock or gained access that way. I kept the new key in a safe place, but still, Every evening I would come home to find the gate slightly open. It was like a silent message, a signal that someone had been there. But the real question lingered: what did they want? After a few weeks of this happening, I started to notice other strange occurrences. Small things, nothing too alarming at first. My mailbox would sometimes be opened slightly, as though someone had been rifling through it. My garden tools would be moved around, or I'd find the same set of footprints in the yard, leading up to the gate but never away. It was as though someone was getting closer, watching me more and more. But no one had a key. No one else should even know what was happening. My home was supposed to be my safe place. But I was beginning to feel like it had been breached, like someone was inside my personal space, leaving behind these quiet, unsettling signs. I started locking everything, every door, every window, and even installed an extra lock on the gate. But still, every night, without fail, the gate was found open. The camera footage had caught nothing after that first night, and I had become paranoid. Was someone slipping in and out unnoticed? Or was I just imagining it? But how could I ignore the overwhelming certainty that someone was there? The sense of being watched, of being tracked, never left me. I asked my neighbors if they had seen anything unusual, but none of them had. I told them about the open gate, the strange figure, but they all looked at me like I was overreacting. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that I was in danger. One night I decided to stay up late and keep watch, hoping to catch the intruder in the act. I sat quietly by the window, watching the gate, the darkness stretching in front of me. Hours passed, and nothing happened. Just as I was about to give up, I saw a shadow crossing the yard. Someone was there again. This time I wasn't going to let them slip away. I rushed to the front door and swung it open just in time to see the figure retreating into the shadows, disappearing into the dark trees at the edge of my property. I called out, demanding to know who they were, but the person didn't stop. They were quick, moving with purpose, vanishing into the night. I grabbed my phone and called the police. By the time they arrived, the figure was long gone, and there was no trace left behind. They checked the area but found nothing unusual. They couldn't offer any real explanation other than to say it might be someone playing a prank, but I knew better. This wasn't a prank. This was something deliberate. The next few days were a blur of anxiety. I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder, couldn't shake the feeling that someone was always lurking just out of sight. But despite everything, the gate continued to be left open. No matter how many times I locked it, no matter how many precautions I took, it kept happening. And with each passing day, the questions mounted. Why? What did they want? What was the point of all this? The worst part was the feeling of being trapped. My house wasn't safe anymore. It was being violated by someone who knew my every move. And worse, I still had no idea who they were. It felt like I was being toyed with, like they were watching me, waiting for me to crack. The gate remained open, a symbol of something darker at play, and I couldn't escape the creeping dread that I was being pulled into something I wasn't ready to face. Story 5. It was a typical Saturday afternoon when I decided to spend a few hours browsing the local thrift store. I loved hunting for hidden treasures, old books, vintage clothes, and quirky knickknacks that no one else seemed to want. That day, I was looking for a new book to read when I stumbled upon a small leather-bound journal tucked away on a shelf in the corner. It was nothing special at first glance, just an old notebook with faded pages and a simple clasp, but something about it caught my attention. It felt almost familiar. I picked it up, flipping through the pages, and noticed that it was filled with neat handwriting in ink that had started to fade with time. At first, I thought it was just the ramblings of someone long forgotten, maybe a collection of random thoughts or a diary from a past era. But as I read more, I started to realize that the entries were unnervingly specific. The first few pages described a life that felt oddly familiar, as though I had lived it myself. The writer spoke about waking up in the morning, feeling the warmth of the sun streaming through the window, and the exact coffee they had that day. I thought it was a coincidence at first, but the more I read, the more details seemed to line up with my own life. It was as if the journal was chronicling events I had experienced down to the smallest moments. The journal described things that only I would know, places I had visited recently, conversations I had with friends, even my favorite foods. It detailed a recent trip I had taken to a local park, mentioning a bench I had sat on and the exact book one was reading at the time. There was no way this could be a coincidence. The entries grew more specific as I turned the pages, describing things that had happened to me just hours before I had found the journal. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been following me, documenting my every move, even before I had come across the journal. My heart began to race, and I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. As I continued to read, the entries became more unsettling. They started to describe events that hadn't happened yet, but they were so specific that it was impossible to ignore. The journal predicted that I would run into an old acquaintance later that day, someone I hadn't seen in years. I had no idea how the writer could have known, but sure enough, as I left the thrift store and walked down the street, I bumped into this person exactly as described. They even mentioned what I would say in the conversation, and I found myself speaking the exact words the journal had written. It was as though the journal was guiding me, knowing my every move before I made it. The more I read, the more I became obsessed with it. I couldn't stop. Every new entry seemed to reveal more about my life, and the journal's predictions were becoming eerily accurate. It started to document my interactions with others, sometimes even predicting how I would react to certain situations. I couldn't help but wonder who was behind this, who had written this journal, and why it seemed to have such an intimate understanding of my life. Was it a bizarre coincidence, or was someone truly watching me, documenting my every step? One night, as I read the journal before bed, I came across an entry that made my blood run cold. The writer described an event that was supposed to happen the next day, a conversation I would have with a colleague at work. It was strange enough that the journal knew what I would say, but what truly terrified me was that it also described how I would feel in that moment, frustrated, anxious, and unsure. I had no idea why I would feel that way, but the journal seemed to know, down to the smallest detail. I closed the book and tried to shake off the feeling of unease, but the words stayed with me. The next day at work, I found myself in that exact conversation with my colleague. Everything the journal had predicted came true: my frustration, my anxiety, even the words I had spoken. It was as though the journal had somehow seen into my future. I began to question my own reality. Was I living in some kind of pre-written script, following the path laid out for me by someone else? Or was this just some twisted game, a way for someone to manipulate my every decision? I couldn't let go of the journal. Every moment I had free, I would read it, hoping to understand how this was happening. But the more I read, the more I realized that it wasn't just documenting my life, it was controlling it. The journal seemed to be pushing me towards certain decisions, encouraging me to make choices I otherwise wouldn't have. It was as if I was no longer in control of my own actions. I couldn't stop myself from following the entries, even when I knew they were leading me down a path I didn't want to take. Days turned into weeks, and the journal's predictions became even more precise. It started to describe my relationships with others, the way they would evolve over time. It knew when I would meet someone new, when I would have an argument with a friend, and when I would experience moments of joy or sorrow. It was as though the journal was documenting my entire life, from the very beginning to the very end. And the scariest part was that it wasn't just recording my life, it was shaping it. I tried to stop reading, but it was impossible. The journal had become an obsession. Each new entry pulled me deeper into its web, and I couldn't break free. I began to wonder if the journal was somehow connected to my past, to events I couldn't remember, or if it was some kind of twisted game played by a stranger who knew far too much about me. The further I got into the journal, the more I realized that there were gaps in my memory, moments I couldn't explain. It was as if the journal was filling in the blanks, telling me things I didn't even know about myself. One evening, as I reached the last few pages of the journal, I came across an entry that stopped me cold. It described an event that hadn't happened yet, but this time, it was different. The journal didn't just predict what would happen, it described the end. The final entry read, "This is the last time you will read these words. The journey will end soon, and you will have no choice but to follow the path laid before you." My hands trembled as I finished reading, and I realized that the journal was not just documenting my life, it was leading me to its conclusion. I had no idea what that meant, but I knew I couldn't escape it. I closed the journal, my heart racing, and stared at it in my hands. What had I gotten myself into? Who had written this journal, and why did it feel like my life was no longer my own? The answers seemed just out of reach, and I was left with more questions than ever before. The journal had become my reality, and I didn't know how much longer I could keep following its lead before it consumed me entirely. Was I living my life, or was I just a character in someone else's story? Story 6. It was just an ordinary Wednesday when I first noticed something strange. I had installed cameras around my house a few months ago for security reasons after a few break-ins had occurred in the neighborhood. I had never thought much of it. The cameras were just there for peace of mind, recording footage, mostly. Every so often I'd check the feed just to make sure everything was fine, but I hadn't needed to use them much. The house had always felt safe. But that day something made me check the footage again, even though nothing had seemed out of the ordinary. I'd just returned home from a long day at work and was feeling unusually tired. I went to my bedroom, collapsed into bed, and pulled the covers over my head. It was a typical night. I had no reason to expect anything unusual. But then my phone buzzed, and I glanced at it to see a notification from the security app. I assumed it was just a routine update, maybe a cat walking past one of the cameras outside. But when I opened the app, my heart skipped a beat. The notification showed footage for my bedroom camera footage that was time-stamped just moments ago, around the time I had been lying in bed. I clicked on the video, half expecting to see nothing more than a glimpse of my bedroom at the usual angle. But when the footage started playing, I froze in place. Someone else was lying in my bed. Not just someone else, but a person who looked remarkably like me. Same hair, same build, same clothes. I could barely breathe, trying to make sense of it. The figure in the bed was sleeping, just as I had been moments before, and there was no sign of anyone entering or leaving the room. I replayed the footage, my mind spinning. Was I hallucinating? Had I left the door open and someone had snuck in? But no, I had locked all the doors when I came in. The footage clearly showed the person in the bed, and they looked so eerily similar to me that I couldn't bring myself to believe it. The figure didn't move, didn't stir. It was just a still, peaceful image of someone who was obviously asleep in my place. It was me, or at least, it looked like me. My stomach turned as I tried to think of an explanation. Maybe it was a glitch, some error in the camera system. I closed the app and immediately checked the security cameras again, thinking I could find something else that might explain it. But the living room camera and the hallway camera were clear. The house was empty. I didn't see anyone walking around or leaving the room. I even checked the footage from earlier in the day, from before I'd come home, and everything looked completely normal. I went back to the footage of my bedroom. The figure was still there, motionless, lying in my bed. But then, something even stranger happened. As I watched, the figure shifted slightly. It didn't wake up, but I noticed a subtle change in posture, like it was adjusting itself to be more comfortable. I was paralyzed in place, staring at the screen, wondering if my eyes were deceiving me. Was this real? Was I dreaming? I grabbed my phone and tried calling my best friend, hoping for some kind of logical explanation. But when I went to call, I saw that the phone call icon had been opened on its own, like I had already tried to dial. My heart sank further. What was going on? Why was my phone acting like I had already been trying to reach someone? It felt like everything in my life had taken a turn, a sudden, inexplicable turn. I went downstairs to check the doors once again, making sure everything was locked. But something was nagging at me. Something about the footage didn't sit right. The person in my bed wasn't just lying there. They looked comfortable, as though they had been there for hours. It was like they belonged there. I knew for a fact that I hadn't invited anyone over, and there had been no signs of a break-in. The windows were locked, and the door hadn't been tampered with. I had no idea who or what was in my bed. The only thing left to do was to confront it. I steeled myself, my hands shaking as I grabbed a flashlight and slowly ascended the stairs back to my bedroom. I had no idea what I was about to find, but I couldn't just sit and wonder anymore. The house felt too quiet, too still. I reached for the door handle and slowly twisted it open. The room was exactly as I had left it. My bed was neatly made, the sheets perfectly in place. There was no sign of anyone else in the room. I exhaled in relief, almost laughing at myself for being so paranoid. Maybe I had just imagined the whole thing. Maybe I had been too tired when I checked the footage. But as I turned to leave, I felt something cold against my skin, like someone had just brushed their hand across my shoulder. I spun around, but the room was empty. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I kept checking the footage every few hours, hoping for a clue, hoping to make sense of it. But the next morning, the footage was still there, except this time, it wasn't just a still image. It was a video. And the video showed the figure getting out of my bed, walking toward the camera, and then stopping, just inches away from the lens. The figure's face was blurry, obscured in a way that made my breath catch in my throat. It was as though someone had purposefully distorted the image, making it impossible to see their face clearly. But I could feel their presence, their eyes locked onto mine, even though I couldn't see them. I couldn't understand it. The figure in my bed wasn't me. It was a distorted, twisted version of me, a phantom that seemed to move with purpose, with intent. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Who was this person, and how did they get into my house? And why did they look so much like me? It was as if they had come from the same place as me, had walked the same path, but somehow they didn't belong here. They were an intruder, and yet they knew my house better than I did. I couldn't shake the feeling that something dark was unfolding, something that went far beyond a simple break-in. My sense of safety, of security, had been shattered. I wasn't just dealing with an intruder, I was dealing with something else, something that wanted to be me. And every time I checked the footage, I couldn't help but wonder, was I still alone in my own home? Or was there someone else living here with me, someone who looked exactly like me but wasn't me at all? Story 7. It started innocuously enough. A faint, rhythmic tapping on the wall that I first assumed was just part of the usual noises in an old apartment building. At first, I thought it was the sound of pipes or maybe the neighbors moving furniture around. But it continued every night, at exactly the same time around 2 a.m. The tapping was quiet, soft, and almost imperceptible, like the tapping of fingers against the wall. It was just enough to catch my attention. but not loud enough to be a real disturbance. I began to notice the pattern. Every night, just when I was about to fall asleep, the tapping would start. It wasn't random or sporadic. It came in a steady, almost rhythmic series of taps, 3 soft taps, a brief pause, then 3 more. I'd listen to it for a few minutes before it would stop, but the odd thing was, no one else in the building seemed to hear it. I'd ask my neighbors if they noticed any strange noises, but they all looked at me like I was crazy. "What tapping?" one of them asked, a confused expression crossing their face. "You're probably hearing things," another one said with a chuckle. I tried to ignore it, but every night it continued, almost like it had a mind of its own. It would start just as I was drifting off to sleep, and no matter how many times I tried to tell myself it was nothing, it still felt unsettling. I even asked the building superintendent about it, but he just shrugged and said it was probably the pipes. "It's an old building," he said with a smile. "You'll get used to it."